Alright, welcome back everyone. Gen 9 was Scarlet Violet, right? Because no, that's the case, I never did the Violet DLC. There's an objective for making the world's most spicy sandwich and the guy calls it pain. Well then why did he ask for it? Alright, who's ready for the water temple? It's everyone's favorite map, right? Totally the best guidon ever. Special dialogue if you do the strap by not putting the top piece on the top piece of bread. He could be FE7's version. True. I mean, they're both pretty bad. Actually, how do you not put the top piece on? I didn't really do too much with the sandwiches. Like, do you just throw it on the ground? Mostly what I remember about the sandwiches is that the game really didn't care where you put the stuff as long as you just put them in the right order. So you could stack it in the dumbest looking way, and everyone would act like it's the most delicious thing. Just miss on purpose. Okay, so you do throw it on the ground. Sounds legit to me. How many fires do I actually have? I bought a few, but Clarine goes to them so quickly because she actually enemy phases a lot. Because we need enough to actually get to Air Caliber. And then we're basically golden, because we have like 150 uses worth of Air Caliber. It looks like we got close to 60 uses plus Thunder and then Fire. And she's at C, so actually she can already use the Fire. So probably by the time we burn off all that durability, we should be able to just use Air Caliber for the rest of the game. And maybe, just maybe, she actually gets to the rank for 4 Blaze. Not enough Air Calibers. I mean, I agree. But we needed bows, so unfortunately buying the iron bows cut into my Air Caliber fund. I'm doing alright, how about you? character makes croissants topped by a mountain of galar curry. Everyone calls a front against humanity. It does sound like a weird combination, but... yeah, what I'm picturing doesn't sound quite like a monstrosity. Dialogue isn't asking if it's cultural for your region just not to have a top piece of bread on sandwiches. I mean... I guess it's technically not a sandwich. It's just like more toast. To just do like a bottom piece of bread with whatever. I mean, like I feel like he should be able to identify that. Big 200. Good job, Schnoz. Thanks for the support. You're very angry. Oh no, what happened? S'more broad is usually called a sandwich and it doesn't have a top. Not familiar with that, but I guess fair enough. You know, I just realized I gave Clarine a full heal and a full restore staff in that last map, and she didn't use any of it. She used like 2 physics and otherwise actually spent most of the time fighting. I don't think there are any dragons on this map. I mean, aside from the wyverns, but we really don't care about using the worm slayer there. Let's do this. 27 uses of Killing Edge. Surely that's enough. Alright, I didn't even decide who to use the boots on yet. I guess it could be an idea to throw it on either Fear or Rutger to have them keep up with their support partner. Hey, Sirach. Yeah, Roy was invited to the pool. I mean... it's only common courtesy after being forced to trudge through that stupid desert like that. Also the eternal hot dog sandwich debate. True. It's Norwegian, Danish, and or Scandinavian. Okay. Yeah, I'm not particularly familiar with the foods of those regions. The macro you had for on your onboard memory for your mouse broke because Logitech can't make a decent piece of software. Now there's no way for you to assign the macro back onto your onboard memory. Ah. It's, so, like, it doesn't take inputs anymore in order to set the macro up again? Oh! So, like, did a software update remove the functionality? Is that what happened? Give Wolf drugs. I mean, I could technically give him the boots. But then he'd just outrun Roy. Although I guess he'd keep up with Sue. You were pretty mad earlier today because the younger sister showed up earlier to pick up stuff she left behind and she made it abundantly clear she learned nothing. Oof. Although I guess you were talking about that before, too, so I guess shows that she has continued to learn nothing, right? Oh, you didn't update the software for 9 years. I'm shocked there's any kind of update after 9 years. I would have expected them to have abandoned support by that point. This is all axes. Oh, okay, there's like one sword. But that's definitely... Okay, 2 swords. Definitely not worth bringing a javelin for. Technically a 3rd sword, except it's a Lance Reaver. Oh no, there's a 3rd sword. But since these guys don't have 2 range, there's not really too much point in bringing Lance. So we'll stick with our double hand axes and maybe I'll run something slightly more accurate for melee with those guys. You know, I am kind of tempted to give it to Wolt now. No, he spent a fair amount of time being our best unit, why not? I guess we have to use it on the field, so we'll just have to trade him a vulnerary after. My Gonzo doesn't have the rank for a Sword Reaver yet. No, he's only halfway to C. Rip. This music, along with the anger you feel towards Watch Attack, is making you slowly go insane. What, really? Do you not like this prep theme? Oh, you completely uninstalled the software and changed computers twice in the meantime. Most UUs had updated models being released every now and then. They're still technically being sold and the software is still being updated. Okay, I see. You like it more if it wasn't a 30-second loop played for the past 15 minutes. Fair, I guess. Remember back in the day when bolting didn't arbitrarily have like 50 billion crit added to it, so that the enemies could be more annoying? Because that's Binding Blade bolting versus what they did with like 3 houses bolting. This might turn into camping a bit, because I guess that's not his true range. But sneaking past this while the bridge falls apart, like both of these, might be kind of annoying. At least when we have to babysit Roy and Gonzo and Dorothy. Alright, I guess I don't have any pure waters, but we can... Sure, there's staves. Just physics. So I guess we can bring a barrier with chlorine. Well, I guess we apparently got the 8 support with Roy and Sue in the last map. I didn't notice. I guess, to be fair, it was kind of a hectic map. What are you going to do when this war is over? I'll return to Sacae. But wasn't the Kutola clan destroyed by Burn? We will gather everyone once more. Perhaps the Kutola name is no more, but our clansmen survive. Hats. Well, I guess that's the right thing to do. Why do you ask? I thought if you had no place to go, if you had no place to go, that you could come to Foray. Foray, you're home. Right. It's not a huge area, but it's a nice and peaceful place. It would be nice, but my heart belongs in the plains of Sacae. I understand, but tell me if you ever change your mind. Lord Roy. Yes? Thank you for your concern. You're very welcome. Oh no. Rip ship. Time to drown indeed. Right, take her on a date to smash. True. This map with the disappearing water reminds you of an early part of Victory Union, where you're fighting a bunch of mermaids on unpathable water terrain, which can be frozen to allow passage, but if one of your units is standing on a frozen tile when it hits daytime, the ice melts, and your unit just instantly drowns. What, is your army not trained to swim? Ah yes, the fun with disappearing on the first turn. This is 34 attack, which is actually a little bit gross even for Clarine, but she should be able to bait it off. It's a shame she can't barrier herself. Classic knowing his accuracy. Once again, Clarion does more fighting than healing. Because even when there's 0 listed hit on her, these enemies are all attracted to attacking her. I'm a healer, but loads gun. True. Reminder to everyone, Heroes did a wedding-themed banner populated by Roy in every single one of his marriage options, except for Sue. Rip Sue. No one didn't like that. Well, she got strength. But, she needs to do a lot more work here. Actual Hellfire value. Who'd to think it? I guess that's about all we can do for now. Hello, Geoist. This is an annoying looking map, so you choose it, you think? Yeah, I mean... it's one of those maps where it makes going by land extremely unattractive, so if you just, like, want to plow through with Milady or something... Yeah, I guess she only has 1% listed against. We need more flying horse tactics. You think you did a double warp on Rutger and someone rescuing Roy? Wow, you must have really not liked this map if you used 2 warp charges on it. Warp boss killer and then Roy, the boss is bolting and gets jumped. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Like Robin, were you? They what? They'd inch forward one tile at a time? Oh yeah, right, because of their water movement. I could technically have Gonzo moving through the water if I hadn't spent both hero crests on the Myrmidons. That is what I did. So we'll just have to live with it. I guess you might need to actually pull out her bow. Get 17 warp charges, so it's fine. You know that's fair, too. Do we just leave? Chlorine in range here? It is actually funny that getting dropped into the lake makes her harder to hit with, you know, lightning. Seems maybe slightly counterintuitive. Do I really want to use the Bravo on a random pirate? Probably not. It is definitely frustrating missing the kill here, though. Guess we'll see. Actually, there we go. I'll just use the killing edge. Slightly less expensive than using up Brave Bow uses. Oh, Roy. Roy be roying. Dive under the dodge lane? I'm not sure if that's how that's supposed to work. Extremely pure water. So is that where they get all the bottled water from then, that they sell at the shops? I think on your second side playthrough on the Sacae map with ambush spawns around the throne, you might have warped Brian. Yeah, that map's infamous for a reason. We'll probably be dealing with that, with this playthrough, because the rules basically ban me from using a dancer going forward. And I didn't pick up the warp. Because the rules also basically ban me from having any flyers or thieves on the desert map. So we're gonna have to do that one the hard way. Gotta come from somewhere, and where better than here? The water temple may even be pre-blessed. You know, the more I think about it, yeah, it's really selling me on the idea. 15 strength Roy, actually, which is surprising. Roy visits Evian Temple, a new map. Oh boy. Okay, well, as long as Chlorine's just not gonna get hit by the boss, we can just keep bleeding his bolting. Yeah, if she does get hit, she can just steal Shin's vulnerary. Easy. This guy really doesn't want to get close to Rutger, which, you know what? Fair. Has Wolf fallen off yet? I mean, his speed's become problematic, but also he was one-shotting mages on the previous map, so... I guess technically not yet. That's right, does it even look terrible, and yet he's still so bad? I mean, Swordlock Myrmidon Lord. Because even Ike has problems. I mean, his bases are pretty not good, but... Ike has a better time, and he still has his own problems. Fear the Eclipse, indeed. You know what's particularly sad is when we did only feet, Roy was basically fed a ton of the early kills. And he still wasn't that impressive, despite the amount of favoritism that basically defaulted to. I like how Roy just kind of waves his sword around wildly when he's highlighted. Yeah, I don't know if he was actually properly trained. The game makes claims about it, but I'm skeptical. Sue is technically squishy. Let's see if they want to try to take a pot shot at her with her sword out. Give me, I have the Durandal, which I can't use since I have the latest Lord promotion ever. True. Yeah, I think his max sword rank is A, and like... This Roy has done a fair amount of fighting, too. Oh, he did get to A. Okay. So yeah, I don't know how long he's been stuck at A. But... Even if he had Durandal access at this point, I don't think I'd trust him to use it with 6 con. You think the weapon ranks in this game go pretty fast? Depends. If you can do a lot of enemy phasing, it does go by pretty quickly. Otherwise, good luck. Well, I guess 4 promoted chapters, a good ending run, and 1 without it. Yeah, that's it's pretty stingy. Oh yeah, that's true. Makai is comparable if you counter tier 3 as her... as that. She at least gets a decent amount of time to utilize her tier 2 promotion. I wanted to do a playthrough where you try to get a full team to 15 luck in this game. Wait, why 15? Aha. I do love that the Eclipse hit rate is so low with any of these enemies that it's like... What were they expecting to actually hit with this? Every dragon in endgame has 15 crit, so a single lucky crit and everyone dies. But if you have supports that give crit evade, then you just don't care. And I feel like most characters have access to a support that gives them some level of crit avoid. How's Walt doing with his energy drop spiked water? Well, he's holding up. That speed is catching up to him, but also he has 22 strength, so he continues to be a gun. You guess Elliot only gets 4 chapters promoted if you're excluding the shopping chapter. Hector gets 5 from the extra guidance. So what you're saying is everyone's trying their best to tie on having a late promotion that makes things annoying for them. You gotta be so real, you never bothered with supports in the GBA games because of how annoying it is to play around them. But, like, as in play to gain them? Because the actual effect range is the same as, like, Tellius, and I know you've played a lot of Tellius. If you plan the whole playthrough around it for the crit avoid, it might be good. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, the standard ones can pick them up. I guess it'll be a little bit harder for Milady, just because she joins late. So, unless you want to sandbag to build it up. Yeah, that's fair. Because 7's rates definitely put me off of ever grinding for support logs ever again. So... You wanted to do a playthrough where the support grind is factored in into the turns with little to no turn ending. I feel like in that case, the best bet would probably be like your typical Roy, Marcus, and then one of Alan and Lance support triangle, since they build at least reasonably quickly, join very early, and well, at least the two paladins tend to be pretty good. Roy a bit less so, but yeah, at least he's ready to take advantage of the supports once he gets Binding Blade access. Speaking of Tellius, we gotta do another run sometime soon, either a randomizer or a balance patch. How's the development on that, anyway? I don't remember you talking about it in a while. Hooray! Fear is slightly more physically durable. Roy has like 100% luck, so he's good. Well, for the crit avoid part, right? I feel like Roy might sort of want the other stats as far as the additional offense goes. So he provides crit avoid to the paladins, and the paladins let him pretend he's a real fighter. Well, I mean, there is a map where he might need to fight more than just a few dragons. Blessed IS adding out of map support points. Yeah. I mean, it's technically... Yeah, it's technically still on a map, but it's like earned for just simply going to the map together. So, well, it's still monopolizing the army's protein supplies. Not really monopolizing it, but he still has a ton of strength. Other characters are getting strength too. Like, what's sort of being the ongoing issue is that 2/3 of the time, most of the army doesn't want to gain speed. I didn't think that guy's healing AI would activate that airway, but okay. Yeah, he's still at 11 hit points. Nice point-blank physic. Oh wait, no, that was Mend. Okay. I guess it's a Sage who has a physic. I guess that makes more sense. Well, I guess the Shin'en and Clarine just live here now. Well, that was a funny movement order. Not quite what I was expecting. Alright, this feels like worthy use of the Brave Bow. Even gain speed. Let's go. Nice, we missed the crit on both attacks with the 70. Yeah, love to see it. Yeah, Dorothy would almost get doubled by these guys. Actually, wait. No, I guess they drop down because of their con. So let's see if Gonzo can get a few combats in where he actually hits anything. Hey, Jirate. Is Walt still the carry? Not really the carry, but he's doing some carrying for sure. Well, I guess now the others live here. That 70 hit rate though. but there's slightly more land left. There we go. At least Shin is doing things to help himself. Like getting strength and speed. Unlike a certain footlocked archer right now. Never understood the point of it this coming back like that. Like, really? I guess you can technically ferry people across using a berserker or a flyer, but it's still hilariously trolly. Plenty vaulting plates where we can see bolting double. True. I mean... alright, well, just speed. She did need the speed, but it would have been great to get something more. We do potentially see it in, like, Teleus from the player side. Wolta's had enough of that Lance Reaver guy. He's like, you just got healed to full twice. We're done with you. Last Bolton cast. This guy will probably still be a bit annoying by physicking enemies, but it is what it is. One more for the T-pose. Sword Reaver who? Although I probably should have traded her over to an iron. That was at least kind of funny. Oh boy, now Dorothy's stranded. And actually, I guess everyone else who is coming up from behind. Yay! Isn't this just the best map? Yeah, 100 hit, 3 reverse weapon triangle. Yeah, imagine getting a double weapon triangle on the Reaver reverse and still ending up like that. Man should have stayed home and not become a pirate. You guessing this is being full of stalling turns for Bats to reappear? Yeah, I mean, we've usually found some kind of combat to do between, or with a few units on the team, but yeah, at some point, almost every team has gotten blocked multiple times. Like here, now they're just stuck here waiting to catch up to the rest of the group. No, now it's worse. Oh boy, missing that A9. Shouldn't decide he didn't want to feast. Legendary weapon chapters. The game tried out map gimmicks regardless of whether they were engaging. Yep. What kind of baffles me is that... Like, okay, these tiles disappeared in front of us, sure. And then more tiles disappeared in front of us. It's just like, was that really necessary? My units were already stranded. I guess it makes it slightly worse for passing them back and forth with flyers and a dancer or whatever, but... I'm not sure if ferrying people over the water with a flyer is so overpowered that they need to take that into account or whatever. In Oriol's case, also a gimmick of the previous chapter of where Doug was around. Yeah, although... Like, Douglas is at least a more palatable version of Xavier. No needing to jump through a million hoops, just one particularly annoying hoop. How did anyone even learn how to access the chapter in the first place? Well, the game does have the augury. I don't actually remember what the text is. But it might have hinted at keeping Douglas alive. But outside of that, a surefire way from games during that time period is always they bought the strategy guide. Or they went on Game Pack. Either or. Granted, I guess someone would probably need to have bought the strategy guide to have the knowledge to pass around on Game Pack, but... you know. Close enough. Oh boy. You know, this map probably would have been a little more interesting with how random the paths get removed and re-added. If more units had actual water walking ability. But As it is, 95% of the classes just sit here and go, well, I guess we're win. Dr. Douglas with his adopted daughter and the prince. He'll affect immediately like they logically would. Totally. Someone might have LTC'd and skipped Douglas. I mean, possibly, but I would definitely put my money on the strategy guide. Make it worse, rushing to skip Douglas misses Zeiss for the Apocalypse requirement later? That's true. Actually, he's the only, like, 'cause we have to keep Dan alive, obviously, for Milliger, but I think Zeiss is the only other relevant one besides Melody. So yeah, I guess if he wasn't a Shin support candidate, I probably would have had to make some kind of exception, or... Well, actually, I guess I'm still gonna need to make an exception, because I need Melody to recruit him. So I guess either way, I'll probably have to... We'll do it as, like, Melody can be deployed, but... she's not allowed to have any items, like what we did with the Wii Feet. Yep, the map sure is mapping. You know what's even funnier is that the lesson they took from this guidance is that the FE7 version should be even more random. It's like, what if the water telepaths were even worse? Surely the players will love that. I guess on the upside we can build supports. Because what else are we gonna do? Why are they still removing some of these pathways that they have restored? Like, I would love to talk to the devs and be like, what were you thinking when you made these patterns? Well, it's been a bit of a XP black hole, so we'll let Shin have this one. Also, poor Gonzo and Dorothy. They haven't really gotten to do much. Even Roy has gotten to do a little bit of combat. FE7's at least reveals all the tiles after it's set turn. Yeah, but it takes forever. And up until then, FE7's version is just like completely trolling. Instead of this version, which is just mostly trolling. But I think this one eventually stops cycling them as well. It just takes forever. But like I said, this one is mostly trolling as opposed to just completely trolling. Look, Dorothy is stranded again. And she was trying to move her max move to actually get out of here. Truly, IS's prejudice against foot units knows no bounds. The wiki says they're divided into 5 sectors, each of which is on a distinct turn cycle between disappearance and reappearance. So it never actually stops. That's... well, that's a thing, then. He doesn't do enough damage. This is a shockingly thick merc. So, Dorothy and Gonzalez are just stranded. Well, Corrine does no damage. And... she came so close. There we go. Where'd she learn to fight like this? Well, you see, in a desert against like 30 bandits. Yeah, bandits do mountains instead of... yeah, do mountains instead of water, because pirates do water. And then Berserker lets them do both. But Gonzalez isn't promoted yet. Otherwise, he could technically cross it if we'd invested the Hero's Crest. It's just we put them both into the Sword Masters. Aha. They can finally come over here. The true miracle. Yep, Hero Crest priority went to the Sacae units. It's pretty rare that Gonzalez gets priority, really. Because when we did only feat, we wanted to promote Deke and Lot before even ever considering Gonzalez. Gonzo commits a war crime. You did it. We're already on turn 34. Alright, let's go to turn... Well, actually, I guess the ants weren't next to each other too much. So we can see that... Oh, I should move Shin away from C, though. Shin belongs to Zeiss. Yeah, we might just go to turn 50, because... it's gonna keep doing that. It's like with the annoying, volcano stuff. Especially that one turn where it fired off basically every trap. And disappointing is B Gonzo versus A, I'm actually not sure how strong A Gonzo is. But I don't know if there'd be enough of a difference. I guess maybe if A Gonzo has more attack speed. But like, his hit rate is so bad that I can't imagine the other Gonzo having enough hit for it to actually make that much of a difference. It's like just one tier, maybe 2 tiers above Sophia hit rate tier. Yeah, actually, I think I'd say 2. Because Sophia's hit rate is just that bad, where there should be an empty tier in between to emphasize how terrible she is. Five more levels, I guess. Looks like he has the same stats in both routes, except it's level 5 versus 11. So maybe he'd average 2 more hits. Aha. Yeah, I guess it's probably an attack speed diff. He has 6 more levels to gain speed. Means he could get above the doubling threshold more easily. I should have Roy up here, because he can't even reach the throne where he is. You got your Roy to level 20, 9 strength. Sounds like Roy, which is... I'm kind of shocked that this Roy somehow has 15. I suppose it's like how I'm shocked that Walt has as much as he does. Because none of my other Walts have come anywhere close to that level of strength. I guess we also... yeah, we went over by a little bit. These are both 1... Hey, you know what? We'll go to 60. But... these supports grow at 1 for each of them, so... it's gonna be a slow process to complete those secondary B supports. Okay, let's just get out of here before this temple drives us insane. Roy had 22 luck. Nice. Yay, 4 blaze. Now to see if we can actually get Clarine to tome rank where she can use it. I guess this map. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we don't have any open slots, so, because neither Garrett or Percival are relevant to the Sacaeans, I guess they're gonna die. And the other reinforcements are, I guess, calves from turn 12 through 15. Yeah, I guess with this run, the only real chance to recruit Percival would have been at the bridge, because I actually had deployment slots for Elfin. But now, nope. I guess Deke is here. Him getting bad levels and then being a Sacaean support is definitely causing some issues. Yeah, I guess there's a vendor here, so... whoever has spare space. So maybe Roy doesn't take this thunder. Or a second iron sword. So we only need one Elysian whip for Zeiss, so we can sell this other one. I guess we can sell the lockpicks, because, like, we're not going to be able to use the thieves. So, we may as well use them like gold bars. Not sure how much we'll get for a 5-use one, but we might as well. Alright. Time to fight a bunch of dudes and kill Percy and Garrett. Wow, that hit rate sure is a thing. It'll get a bit better when we move Fear over, but it won't be, like, super good still. Yeah, 75 is, like, almost passable if you squint and turn your head sideways. Oh, I guess the wolf and Sue C or B also happened. Walt! Oh, hi, Sue. I think it's better to fight on horseback. What? You mean with a bow? Yes. With a horse, it's easier to approach and retrieve from your target. Well, to each their own. Wait, did you try getting off your horse and shooting from the ground? Yes, I wanted to try it. You could have hurt yourself. You can't try new ways of fighting like that during a battle. No, it wasn't in battle. I just shot at some trees near the camp. Oh. Thank you. For what? Thank you for being so concerned about me. Well, we're allies, right? How much trouble are these gonna be for Noah? His Percy's pretty terrifying. We're actually gonna have to buy 2 Orion's bolts in the next chapter. Because the third one is the steel only, and we might not be able to use thieves. Damn, this shit's looking kinda cracked. 18 strength and 20 speed. Interesting choice of target. Got him. I might also need to legit buy more vulneraries. It's like, Clarion's my only sap user, and she's often doing more fighting than actually healing. Well, they're equal cons, so I guess, or equal speed, so I guess it doesn't matter if I'm losing a little bit of attack speed on Noah. Good job, Barter. You're doing things. Well, Slayer of Percival. A bullet grittier than Percival, indeed. Gunther had a chance, and he threw it all away. Alright, well, Dorothy's trying to be more functional. There we go. Clean, efficient uses of killing edges. Yes, if I had to play Space or Elfin, but alas, such is the ways of war. Sue proving that she is the superior one at shootouts. Bye-bye, Garrett. Ouch. How very rude. Now Clarine is mad. Capital M80. Well, it could technically finish this guy off, but I want to see if he takes the bait and I get to pummel him with Gonzo. No, it's still going after Clarine. Oh, Gonzo still got him though. Hitting that 39. Hammer and get. It's 59 hits. Well, he still got a level out of it. Speed and defense. The leg gasp. I forget who brought what as far as stuff we were gonna sell. Nope. We made them partway angry. Man, chess keys are expensive. These last 3 Korean levels have not been great. Got him. Hooray! Gonzo got a kill! We also need to make sure we have 10,000 gold. So we need to buy 2 Orion's bolts, and then we find, or like we loot one from the chest, or like a hero's crest for Gonzo, so we at least don't have to buy that, but... So we might need to pull more stuff out of the convoy to sell later. So we need to find that other 5k somehow. Or I guess the rest of the distance, because we can sell what's left on barter and DQ, but it's not going to be quite enough. Oh, Gonzo. There we go. So we need to find another 2k. Probably shouldn't be that hard once we root through things. Before the start of next chapter, and then we'll just have to cart them over to the secret shop and sell them off. Just speed, huh? "19 strength on Shin." He's actually looking really scary for still being level 19 and promoted. I think he is legit gonna eclipse Walt. You don't always say that isn't hard, but Walt ate his weed. This Walt ate his Wheaties, it's true. Yeah, Walt on a horse. Oh, you. Yes, me? Why do you dress yourself in men's clothes? Is that strange? Of course, a lady must wear elegant dresses. And a lady must be dressed properly even when she fights. Really? Suppose you're right. I know nothing of such matters. So I see. Well, I suppose I can teach you all that I know. Oh, what? No. Being ladylike doesn't suit me. Don't be absurd. All ladies must be ladylike. No gentleman will even give you the time of day looking like that. Do you think so? Well, if you're serious, then alright. Please, teach me, Lady Clarine. Clarine, master of peer pressure, apparently. Oh, the setups. This could be a Dorothy kill, or a Gonzo kill. Okay, more speed for Noah. We appreciate that. Hey, Arctic Fox. Thanks for the hydrate, Kirby. Yeah, that's true. Corrine does peer pressure her way into the army. So I guess that's just her thing. Good job, Gonzo. You're doing it! I mean, luck's good because his crit avoid is otherwise super terrible, but we really need more speed. He needs to get ahead of that speed curve. Either that or he needs to luck into a bunch of skill, which is definitely not happening. It's like, I think his skill growth is what, like 5, 10? I remember it being really terrible anyway. It's 15? Okay. Okay, that's terrible, but not quite as terrible as I thought. Leave it more defense, yes. We would also appreciate that, for sure. Well, rip being of the land, killer bow crits. It depends on either 30 or 35. You think it's 30? Yeah, and that's... 30 is quite high for GBA era. Rutger with the face tank. Don't remember what turn this is. This is either the last or the second last wave, I think. Because we've been at this for a while. Turn 15, so I think this is the second last, because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, turn 15 still spawns more, or should. Well, 23 strength Wolves. Unfortunately, no other stats, but I think he's getting pretty close to the strength cap. Whoa, really got speed. That's crazy talk. No crit. Damn, Noah. I guess he knows that we haven't been able to buy hand axes in a while, so he's conserving. Gasp. Roy with the face tank now. How good that extra speed did for him. And Sniper coming in. More skill speed good. Most meaningful exchange. Going in for the 0 hit rates. Watch out. Noah. Fear did not take kindly to that. There's the Dorothy Crypt! Okay, she's starting to look like a real unit now. Chlorine may be slightly enraged. Smells like a Roy kill. Rude. Kadzo could in fact one-round this guy, but he would have to hit both times. I don't think I really trust that. So I'll use Sue to make it so he only needs to hit once. Ah! You cannot escape the Gonzo. Flying horse attack! It wasn't enough to actually score the kill there, though. Which means... Sam defeated Dorothy. Or at least try to. Good job. Whoa, she's B-Bows now. I mean, you got luck, but man, not hitting that defense. All the offsets. Sad gonzo noises. This one enemy cab just sitting here, cowering in the corner. There we go. Look at this. True power of Gonzo. Thought there were no pickets on this run. Well. It's true that Nomad Trooper horses are only doing a pale imitation of Pegasi tactics. But they do technically fly for several seconds. I like how this guy's like, what's your purpose here? Why would you attack us? Well, you see we're at war. Just in case you forgot. Something you always find funny is how Garrett with the hand axe can just solo this boss thanks to Peak. And eventually just critting the guy. It's probably set up that way on purpose, right? Just cause it's the map you recruit Garrett on, and then, ooh, look, mountain right by the boss. How convenient. I don't know, what am I gonna do with you? Meanwhile, Walt. 2 times 14. Easy. Walt Stonks Rising. Alright, now it's time to let everyone visit. Actually, am I forgetting anyone here? Shin is largely waiting on Zeiss. Gonzalez is waiting on Dan. I guess we can put Shin beside Dorothy. Unless we wanted... Yeah, I think we do Dorothy with Shin. I probably should have been building Dorothy with Shin earlier, because, like, there was a lot of time where they were just kind of hanging out in the back together. Because Dan can do, like, A with Gonzalez and then fill out the rest of his support with Yoder. So yeah, I think that's what our adjustment will be. We put Shin beside Dorothy as well, and then we mash Z in turn. Walt is indeed the Vault. Actually, they've been off doing their own, or like hanging out in the back together so long that I'm kind of surprised that they haven't hit C yet. Instead, we got to the Clarine C faster. Binding Blade supports, why? I mean, it's not just Binding Blade. GBA supports in general are like this. They tried to ease up on it more with Sacred Stones, but there's still like some that are not terribly great. Really, 7 is arguably the worst. They went from Binding Blade to, 7 should be more tedious. And then they went, oh no, and made Sacred Stones less bad. I mean, yes, but the turn counts on the other two aren't as bad? No. Because Binding Blade is, you go to 60. Which is already, like, not as bad, even though they've got a bunch of 1 growth rate. It's 7 that's terrible, because it's got 80 as the requirement. So then you get the funny 1 rate supports that take you 240 turns, where at least with here it's 180. Oh wait, it's variable. So 60, then 60, and then 80. I mean, it's still 200 is still significantly less than 240. There's something to be said about building supports by doing things next to each other and not just waiting. It's true. Awakening and Fates did get it right by, I mean, Shadows of Valentia technically too, although I'm pretty sure Shadows of Valentia has map deployment ones where it's like, as long as they're together, you basically got the supports whenever Shadows of Valentia actually unlocks the ability to get them. But Awakening and Fates have it kind of best for actively building when they brought that back, but... Like, personally, I think the best system was the Teleus one, where it was mostly just bringing people to maps. So if they were on the same map together, then they got support points. And then that way you didn't need to have them, you know, hugging each other the entire time. You just get annoyed by Awakening and Fates only, like, you build supports for up to 3 hits per... 3 hits per unit. I mean, it is a very fast rate. So I can understand why they put a cap on it. The cap feels a lot more justified than Binding Blade's cap. or Genealogy's cap, where they're large, long maps that cut you off at level 50 or turn 50 for no real reason. The only issue with Awakening Fate supports is if you want to min-max them, you have to count so many different things. How many points did you get on a map? What bracket did you hit? What's your overall total? It's true. Oh, we got the support! It'd be kind of busty if you could S-rank an Awakening pair in 4 maps. That's true. But, like, also making it so you can only build with 3 partners. I think that's fine, because it would get a little wild if you could just, like, build a rank per, or I guess the max towards the rank for every friend on the map. In every map, because that would get out of control, I think. But yeah, the brackets definitely make it difficult to tell, and it's not like the game tells you those brackets exist too. So that's definitely a flaw with the system in that instructions unclear how build support in terms of, or how build multiple support. Excuse me, are you Rutger? What do you want? I was wondering if you would spar with me if we get the chance. I've been training my skills, and I've won at many arenas around Alib. So you don't have to go easy on me. I won't spar with you. Why not? Is it because I'm a woman? I swing my sword to kill. I have no interest in using the blade for play. Play? Oh, wait! He thinks of sparring is play? I was hoping to learn from him. His blade is sharp, and he has no hesitation in his eyes. I guess while we were yapping about supports, I maxed out the turn count. Or actually, does it max? I forget if it goes above 99. Okay, it does. We just went to 99 while we were yapping. Truly a binding blade moment. You assume genealogy applied to Cap because it'd be usually kind of unreasonable for couples to hold up in one map. Or hook up in one map. Yeah, but in that case, then they should just do a gain cap. Instead of putting a turn limit, because, like, then that just punishes the player for being proactive on the early turns instead of sitting around grinding. It's like, that's the whole reason why Iranians didn't hook up with anyone. It's because she was out doing things, and then she'd come back and only get 10 turns of building support. It's like... And of course without realizing that everything beyond 50 was pointless for her. Yeah, oh Rutger, you edgy lad. Whoa, we actually have enough deployment slots that we might be able to deploy a thief. Or actually, you know what, we can deploy Milady without making an exception to the rule. Then I'll deploy Elfin instead of a thief because I've set it up so we can recruit Kath here and then we'll just have her loot the place. And then after that, she hits the bench. But she'll be particularly useful for a single map. Lady gaming? Well, not really gaming. Because the challenge doesn't allow Milady to actually participate. She's not Sacaean, and she does not have supports with the Sacaean. But we need her for her brother, who does, in fact, have supports with the Sacaean. Also, we need him for the good ending, so, you know... doubly needs ice. Is it Cecilia who had my card? No, it was Sophia. Sophia was sent shopping. Oh, we have this guy. I forgot that we have the guiding ring. We can sell that. So that'll help, that'll help cover the Orion's bolts. Is there anything else we want to sell? Actually, wait, I just realized we can't deploy... We can't deploy Elfin. Because Faye needs to come, because she's a Sacaean support. So Faye gets to mule all the stuff. So rip Elfin. What else can we pawn off? I guess I can pawn off a steel axe. It's not gonna be worth much, but steel axes are so mega garbo that there is no point at which I would willingly use one. So it's a pretty safe sell. There we go. That'll fund our secret shop spree. True, she can provide moral support. Extreme value, imagine killing a dune with a steel axe. But I don't want to kill a dune. I want Roy to save her. Steel axes really don't get a chance to shine in any GBA game. Yeah. I think they're at least, like, semi-usable in 7 and 8 if you're really strapped for weapons. Because even though their hit rate is bad, it's not 50 hit bad on units who usually have less than double-digit skill. Like, Gonzo was having trouble hitting things with an iron axe. Forget a steel axe. Never happening. Let's see, Blazing Sword, Steel, I'm pretty sure is at least 60, right? Yeah, 65 base hit on Blazing... in Blazing Blade. So somehow Steel Axe Tech got so bad between Eliwood's and Roy's time that it lost 15 hit. Truly, Aleve has entered the Dark Ages. Okay, I guess Sacred Stones didn't buff it at all. I kept it at 65. I don't remember if Path of Radiance buffed it at all. No, Path of Radiance kept it the same. Then Radiant Dawn went... Man, everyone hates axes. We really need to buff it, so... Radiant Dawn Steel Axe actually has 75 hit, which is respectable, all things considered. Oh right, I can steal a bunch of stuff here too. Like the Narcine's blue gem, we could have Kath run off with it and then sell that too. So we have a little bit of other pocket change. Let's see, and as far as reinforcements go... Kath and another thief coming in on turn 10, and then... Turns 11, 12, 13, 15, spawn a mage and a fighter from there. And mercs from the top stairs. Oh yeah, turn 12 also brings in another bolting mage on the right side. Yay! We love siege reinforcements. Technically an ambush siege reinforcement too, although he's stuck in that corner, so... not exactly the most mobile ambush siege. How much hit would you even get to with cap, dex, and luck using? That's a good question. I guess barter would probably be... well... Actually, yeah, the warriors would probably be the most reasonable ones to try to go for that, because I think Watt and Wade have actual skill growth, sort of. I don't remember what we got Lot to in the only feat. It was fairly high. Actually, wait, it would be Deke, probably. Deke would probably have the best hit rate. Because mercenary into hero. I think, in the very least, I think Deke and Lot get hit affinities. It's been a while. So, like, if we're going full min-max to see how high we can get this. Just like on base stats. And I guess Deke would have to have severe luck rigging, because I don't think his luck growth is very good. So, hero can hit 30 skill. 30 skill, 30 luck, so... you can have 140 base hit. So you can tactically really force it to look like a real weapon if you hack one of the heroes to max skill and luck, I guess. Then maybe throw in some supports for good measure. Because otherwise, I guess the Paladins could try to do it. They're probably the next best candidates, since they've also got a 28 skill cap. I don't know if any of the Paladins are particularly lucky. Otherwise, yeah, actually Warrior cap's at 26, but I don't know if anyone's ever gonna hit that. I guess Lot might have on our last run, but again, it's been a while. But Berserker is certainly not gonna do it. Actually, I guess, if they manage to cap their skill somehow. Technically speaking, 24 isn't the worst. But good luck capping skill on the Berserkers. Actually, do any of them have anything, like, worthwhile? Garrett is 25? Where's Geese? Geese is 30. So Geese technically has the highest odds of it, but yeah, 30 skill growth. The Legend of Steel Axe, max skill Ogier. True.
That's the Death Knight.
We finally found a niche for him. Yes, the Death Knight. Hey, Kakaru. I might not have any 20... Oh, there's one. I'm starting to run low on 20 sand axes, though. Who had the other Iron Axe? Oh wait, it's Barter, isn't it? That's another thing. We're actually starting to run low on Iron Axe. Even though we haven't been using them that much. Now that we've been trying to train Gonzalez, he's been burning through them. C-rank. Well, he can use Killer. We have it, although it's not going to be particularly useful until he gets into Berserker to be able to use him. I guess he can use Sword Reaver. Yeah, sure, let's Sword Reaver. Hooray! Gonzalez actually has rank for the Sword Reaver now. We did it. Oh, is our Sacae Bloodlines coming? Lynn would approve. Well, shit is looking scary now. He's like Bolt 2.0. The Great Gonzalez is approaching greatness. We'll leave it at that. And actually, how does Spear compared to Wrecker now. She's not too far behind in strength despite being lower level. Skill and speed are about the same. Her luck is lower than I would have hoped for. But otherwise, they got pretty comparable. I guess defense and res. Fear is behind significantly on hit points, but that's really only going to make a difference of like one hit, I suppose. Which could be the difference with the Sword Master, but it's not so far behind to be debilitating. Ooh, she's so close to that. At B-rank terms, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Beak and Barter Mule, some Air Caliber, maybe the Thunder Tome. We have so many partial heal saves. It's getting a little goofy. But yeah, I think I need restores here. Where do I? That might be the next map. This Purge. Oh right, there's a Manakite here. Okay, it might be the next map then. Where did I put the Worm Slayer? In the actual convoy? Can't relate. Okay. Make some room in the convoy, considering that we're about to loot 2 small armories. This poor sap has 7 attack speed. I guess it's time to play another round of face-tanking Douglas until his Silver Axe goes away. I'm considering if I want to sell these slim weapons too. Because at this point they're so weak they're just gonna get in the way. So if we've got any spare slots, we should bring those. This might... This might be one of those maps where I just want Noah to have, like, 3 throwing weapons. Oh, we also need a door key. Since Kath isn't gonna open it for us, we have to open it so we can recruit her. So I guess we'll leave the Slim Lance behind for now. So yeah, I think this is give Noah 2 javelins, because I don't think I have 2 full hand axes anymore. Wait, I guess we've got, I guess 19 is close enough with geese. So 39 hand axe uses. But after that, like, we basically... Well, have depleted our reserves on hand axes, and we still need to do the Gaiden after this. And we had a very non-trivial amount of hand axes in stock, I might add. Why is Deke here? He has, he supports Rutger. Even though we didn't build the Rutger support. Since he technically qualifies, it means he sits here and wastes space. Until I can basically replace him with someone else, which will probably be a Yoder or something. Or if our deployment shrinks down, I probably kick him out and just keep running Faye. Yeah, it's definitely it's caused some issues. And like, I think keeping with the rules, we just keep deploying people, even though we may not have built supports with them, because they can support. They have to take up slots. It makes things funnier that way. Because it effectively bans Elfin and the Thieves. Alright, I think the preps are more or less done. We do have ads coming up somewhat soon, so I'm gonna let them run a little bit early, refill my water. And then we will slug this one out with Douglas, so we'll be right back. Alright, now we're back. Hello, RMEXE. So let's get this party started. And I want to double check. Where's Hugh? We're either gonna have to leave him alive long enough to steal from him or actually hire him. I couldn't remember if he dropped the members card, and unfortunately he doesn't, so... We either have to lure him over to Kath and then murder him, or we hire him. You kinda wanna play FP6 again? Your reaction to seeing FP6? Well, I guess get to it, right? Also, Walt with the boots while I'm picking off his bolting. Pew pew. Technically, we could have done it with Sue too. It's funnier with Turbo Volt. Not having Elf in here is also gonna make this a lot more annoying, but we'll get it sorted. Yes, 17 hit rate. Would definitely make things a lot more annoying if Quarian got silenced. Oh boy. A Dorothy hit rate. Aha! Partner getting a kill! So left side might also be a little rough for Gonzo, we'll have to see. But the right side is probably going to be worse, just because of what's going to be chasing them down that corridor. That killing edge is a little spooky. Actually, that could have killed her. Actually, part of the problem is we need Roy on both sides. We need him to talk to Hugh and to talk to Kath. Actually, I guess let's go after the thieves first. Because we can just let Hugh chase us around a bunch. If we kill the other thief and either strand Kath or recruit her, then we don't have to worry about the right door getting opened. He's pretty unlucky choosing to be born in Ilya instead of Sacae. I mean, it would be bad for him, except for the member cards. There's still a possibility that he gets to live and we recruit him. But it's not because of his Ilian heritage, that's for sure. Oh wow, look at this gun here. Bang bang, one round fighters with an iron bow. This is our Walt. Damn, really? Maureen missing the finisher here. Bad. And after all that big funny magic grab, still not quite enough against unpromoted enemies. Yo, 24 strength. Gaze upon his glory. Walt smash! Sue's a little too weak too, so I guess we're gonna have to chase this guy down for another turn. Because I can't leave this guy alive if she's not gonna kill the bishop, because then they could team up on her and finish her off. God. Gonzo moment. Oof. Dorothy. Well, I guess we have a fake kill secure then. Beware, angry chicken. I guess he's out of silence now, so we could technically ignore him if we wanted to and start moving back. That way we can lure Hugh in more easily. Also, I guess giving Douglas the bigger runaround, now he has to walk even further. What are we working with Slice here, too? Speed's pretty bad, but flying tank, I guess. Also, trash Steel Lance. We're gonna have to replace that ASAP. Wow, going for Fave because of the double, even though he could deal damage to Barter. Or anyone else who's there, that's a choice. I wonder if they're hard targeting Faye? Because it feels kind of odd that they would choose her over, like, someone with much less res. Unless... I wonder if they don't see the 20 from the Dragon Sun, so they're like, ah, yes, we're doubling her for 19 times 2. And now she dies, except when she doesn't. I think it's just status saves where it's influenced by deployment order. Oh, no, definitely went for Roy that time. Super strong shin stonks. Yo! Check out that level 20 strength capped and speed capped. He almost capped skill too. Truly Volt 2.0. And then some, I guess. He's definitely gonna be a lot faster than Walt. What turn is this? Cat's gonna be coming in soon. So we need to clear that doorway so we can be waiting. Double 70 miss, no LY. It's like Volt, but on a horse and a fast. Well, Volt has the boot, so he's like he's on a horse without having the horse. True, also the ability to promo to melee weapon. Man, we missed two 70s and a 77 here. There, get out of here. Jeez. Well, at least we got strength and defense for our troubles. Rude. How dare you? Wolves, you cannot hurt the angry chicken. There we go, slap fight. Your weapon ring. Oh wait, damn it, that thief spawns from the top. Right. So we're not gonna be able to catch him now. Forget what's in here, so we probably don't want to forfeit it. Yeah, it's money, bolting, brave lance, restore and amend. It takes so long for this guy to spawn. Douglas and Hugh are gonna reach. Although, I don't know where Kath is going. I guess maybe she's just going all the way across. I guess we're probably gonna have to do Roy on the right, so... Alright. Unfortunately, rip those levels, but... We're not giving up that treasure room. Roy making everything a liability again. Well, but he funds those ice nuts. It's ice nuts, I guess. Oh yeah, I guess Roy's going the right side. We also need to move the key onto someone else. Bro, what? Rude. Wow, when they landed the 9. God damn it, man. Gonna wait one more turn to drop Roy off. Not having Chlorine's physics definitely complicates this. I guess at least the Hue recruitment will be easy enough. Alright, Hugh. We'll fix the headaches in your grandma's back. Okay, Orion Bolt access acquired. It's too bad Neem has chronic headaches in her back, or else she would have dealt with burn by now. It's true. So tragic, really. Yeah, really going in on our weakest people. I guess Hugh at least makes a good decoy. But not as good as Faye would have been. Quarian can start healing us out there too, so... We can hold off on burning too many more vulneraries right now. hang back for now. It's not like Noah's in any real danger, it's just we'd like to have the hit rate against the Paladin, but we need to deal with that armor. Wow, missing the 85. Double 85 miss. Truly cursed. At least we had a better time with the Paladin this time. Yeah, look at Wolf being able to muscle through this Manecade. That's terrifying. Bam! Wolf, professional cannon. You know what, I think that deserves a highlight. I'm going to timestamp that. Okay, if she's not by her supports, we can just wall him indefinitely with swords. Actually, with Volt, she still only deals 0 damage, so we just need to have her not by Roy.
How long have you been standing there?
He's them thanks to the raid. I was robots. You forgot what chapter? This is the Douglas chapter. Yeah, wrecked. Alright, Cap comes in this turn. How long do we have here? It's gonna turn 11 when we start spawning mages in that upper left corner. Hey, more strength and defense. Nice. Oh, she's actually damaging him now. Well, that could become eventually a problem. Yeah, the bottom right is supposed to be a fighter, and then the mercenaries come from the others. taken care of. I wonder if Douglas will run back and try to get healing from this physic. It'll be a long time before Sue damages him enough, but still need to worry about it. I guess now that the thief's dead, what I might do is I'll start moving Walt down, kill this siege tome when it spawns. And then we can just retreat everyone and kite Douglas around. So I guess alternatively is to try to face tank his Silver Axe away with Walt or something. And just heal him with Quirine repeatedly. I guess we'll kill the reinforcements first. The guys who spawned from these stairs. Then we can maybe just like ignore this if we can set up something that'll break Douglas's weapon. Alright, well that takes care of that guy. Wait, what? Why is Kath following Noah around? That's weird. Alright, nice. Speed and strength. What I think I'm gonna do is this. That's gonna be a problem. Wait, did Kath just leave? What? She normally doesn't do that, does she? It's like she had a path to the other treasure room. Or no, wait, I guess we did block this. So I guess if she's fully blocked, she just leaves instead of waiting? Well, that's annoying. Cause now we definitely can't loot everything here. So I guess we're gonna have to reset again. God damn it, man. Maybe we're saying a lot more than usual this run. I mean, not particularly. At least for how quirky it is. Because our team is heavily restricted in a really bad way. So I don't think it should be too surprising. Technically speaking, the only feat run should have reset way more than it did, just because, like, Roy could have died super easily in the first couple chapters, but he lucked out. So this is technically nothing aside from, I guess, like, the weird-ass cat AI. I guess if we leave... If we find a way to block this, and just like... I guess we'll have to hide the scrubs back here. And just let Noah and Fear duke it out. Blocking this, but... If we do that, Kath theoretically should walk all the way down this hallway to this door so Roy can recruit her. We're gonna turn animations off so we can speed back. Silence again. God damn it. Well, we got strength this time. Alright, I did it the wrong way around. Whatever, we'll roll with it. The annoying part is gonna have to be listening to Hugh yammer on again. So we can't skip that part. This purge is super random about what the hell it targets. Now, inflicting more headaches upon Neem's back. The necessary evil. I guess that takes care of that healer early, too. Alright, we're kind of drawing that healer out too. Missing out on that strength. Feels bad. Well, more bulk is good, but goddammit, man. Guess we'll let this guy walk by too. So I'm not sure if maybe killing him triggered her to run too. I wouldn't assume so with the way GBA typically is, but also I wouldn't have expected Kat to just peace out for no reason. Okay, what we can do now then is... block it this way. So she can't ever get back to those stairs to escape, even if she changes her mind. But this should send her towards Roy now. This guy high rolled super hard here. Actually, part of it might have been not having Roy in range. So, no, must have just been a high roller, because I'm pretty sure we would have needed to stand back away from Sue. So Walt would have been doing it with just Sue support. Alright, well, it's not gonna matter too much if we hit Biglis a couple times for 3, but we need to get Roy away. So we can't have that happen too many more times. Man, this is with Walt getting up to 24 strength, too. Hello, cabs. Look, if he didn't want to suffer, he should have just joined our team. It's that easy. I guess I forgot to heal Roy, too. I guess he won't be in range of... He's not in range of this bull thing anyway, but we need to remember to patch him up after we're done with his garbage. 2 more turns of it. Chlorine. Well enough. How about you? Oh. What? Why are you trying to leave now? Is it because this guy's trying to leave? Did it just turn both of them into trying to leave people? Alright, you know what? You don't get to leave though, Kath. Angry chickens say you cannot. You wouldn't want to upset angry chickens, would you? That's a mistake that could be fatal. But if she's doing that, she's probably just gonna hang out here, which means we'll have to walk Roy all the way around. Which will be fantastic. Crap. Can't let him get away there now. I should have let that thief stay alive, because now we have problems again. God damn it. True, wait. That doesn't make sense. Sacae is heading this way. It's annoying that he's diverted off to the left instead of the right, though. I guess if we're fast enough, we can still stop him. Just kill him to get the single thing that he'll loot. Maybe. No, it doesn't hit hard enough. These mages are gonna make things really stupid too. So without the support, even if we kill through this, then Fear's gonna have to tank out a bunch of attacks. Of course he runs the other side. Well, screw it. Yeah, I'm not sure why they go back to that track. This is the price for getting a Blessed Waltz. I mean, it's just dumb AI shenanigans, so... It's mostly more of a problem with just not having any real mobility or Elfin or thieves of our own. So we have to do this chapter in a really precise way. That's really all there is to it. And the AI is just making it significantly worse. Because there's zero reason the Thief AI should retreat just for being something as simple as blocked. Alright, well, at least we didn't get silence this time. That'll make things go a lot faster. Holy crits, Batman. Still got the strength, but nothing else. almost a mistake. Need 5. No, I wanted to kill them, but definitely didn't heal when I should have healed. I'm gonna leave Beak back, because he's sometimes gotten targeted over Roy. Well, if he decides to target Deke now, it's fine. Because that should pull him down into the corner up against the wall. Alright, still went for Roy. Actually, we have a break hitting. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick, and then we'll start the rest of this out. So, right back. And we're back. Let's listen to Hugh yap again for a few seconds. Oh damn. Nice VIP. Enjoy your diamond. Thanks again for the support, Mozart. Really appreciate it. I wish you could skip this after you hire him. Because I can understand, like, scripting-wise, why... they can't let you just cancel out. But once the choice is made, it'd be nice if you could just skip that bit. Strength this time. A little bit ahead of schedule here. Alright, you got the crit give again. Good old machine gun Walt. Well, we have like an extra turn buffer here, technically, so hopefully just kill that off. Good. Now the healer attacks Noah. Sadly, he whiffed. Well, she got defense. Guess that's okay. Actually, we ended up a turn behind. That's annoying. Are we going to... Wait, what? Why did she go... So I guess we can do this. I don't know why she went north, but... means we can block her off. Get that piece of garbage out of here. Douglas shifting to attack Rutger is weird. Wonder what prompted that. I don't want to push him too far down the hallway, because we want to be waiting with Roy to recruit Kath. What do we do about the formation now? This is making getting rid of the mercenaries more annoying. I guess we shift like this. I guess once Kath walks past the scrubs, they can also just wall her so she can't ever return. And that way, Noah and Fear can keep fighting as they will on this side. I'll let her come back for a turn here, because we need to get rid of that stupid mage. But then we can block that again to start sending her over. spider might start heading this way. Well, we won around these fighters with Noah. Should be the last. Actually, no, that was the last one. At this rate, it might actually be easier to have Barry Roy over. This Kath keeps running back and forth. God damn it, Noah. Alright, at least the path's clear so we can shift. So I guess now we're actually waiting for it to come around. We have so many things we need Kat to do here, too. Just because she's literally our only thief. And then, only for this map. Because we won't have anything... Or, like, we don't have the deployment slots to put her back in at any point after this. Well, finally took a hit. So that's 1 out of 20. Definitely not his finest levels. Considering if it's worth going to pick up this bolting, like, it's not gonna make things any easier. It would just use a precious longbow, so... She's halfway through her journey. And Douglas is 10% of the way through his, but if she gets here fast enough or to loot these chests, then Douglas hasn't hit Volt again. What we'll probably do is just like loot all this and move past and just leave maybe Rutger and Sue holding a hallway with Clarine healing them if they happen to get tagged. But for that to happen, Kath has to get to here first. Three hits on Volt. She's almost here! And that's gonna take her like 7 turns to loot the right side. Then we have to get her all the way over here to the left to loot the other stuff. We'll probably stop off to steal from Narcian and kill him before we we actually go after these, and then we can split our efforts between recruiting Zeiss and looting this left side. Yeah, we'll just let her walk closer. Too lazy to move Roy. Now... we want to end up pulling that Manakich. I feel like we shouldn't, because we don't have the Worm Slayer on this left side. And no magic attack, so we have to bring Walt around. Otherwise, we're not going to have enough firepower to for certain kill this guy. Let's begin the looting. So I'll send Shin with her to help extract her after she's done looting. More use of the axe so far. The race, well... will Kath finish her looting first, or will Douglas break his axe? I guess we can have Vera and Noah link up for the poll after this. Shin still got the HP and strength. It's the only thing is Wolf doesn't necessarily guarantee a kill. Let's see. It's a Brave Bow. Brave Bow's a little bit weaker. So it goes down to 28. And yeah, it's 21 defense, so we're only doing 7 damage per shot. So I think we're gonna need to temporarily have Clarine divert here. Actually, let's bring both Rutger and Clarine. Then we can be certain of the kill if we absolutely need the Worm Slayer, otherwise we just divert. Back this way. Continue blocking Douglas. Wait, what? I swear this Mannequin moved. Guess if not, that makes things easier. Oh wait. Okay, I was computing that wrong because I was like, the silver bow is only the 33 attack, but actually that was the iron. So the rainbow actually does a lot of damage. Although, it's too heavy to quad. Silly Wolf being too much of a pretty boy. Geek has free inventory space, Butter has free inventory space. I guess we want to kill Dorothy, and Milady is technically ineligible for carrying stuff, so... Even though she has free inventory space, we're not using it. Alright, apparently he's just stationary. I don't remember that, but... Alright. Wolf does not want more speed, I guess. he needs to actually give his member card over too. Kind of important to do that. You know what I should do? Grab that iron axe from Barter. Actually, maybe before we sell it off, maybe I use a steel axe against the wall, because I kind of actually want to preserve the iron axes for real combat. Well, Gonzalez got to do nothing. Ain't that swell?
More!
Hey, thanks for the follow, Ian GDW. Well, we're almost the D sword rank. Hey, Cass. Whoa, really now? For some reason I didn't think that Zeiss moved. Okay. So the Manakee moves, but Zeiss doesn't. Or does. Or Manakee doesn't move, but Zeiss does. Which is weird. So I'll change to something. Or actually, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Because Zeiss can't really deal much damage to Noah. As long as we're not accidentally equipping the hand axe. So we can do this and then bust through the wall next turn and talk to him. Just 0 with prayer. Classic. Man, that scene has a lot of luck since... Wolf ends up without listed crit against him. Well, time to borrow that killer bow then. There we go, that looks a bit better. Fine, Ernstine. Okay, and back to not letting Douglas have animations. The Wolf Gaming, indeed. He is a gun. Have you seen his strength? It might be high. I guess he doesn't really have hit rate on Sue. It's like, he hasn't broken more of his axe yet, but... Well, about that. So we probably won't do a whole lot of support farming on this map. Because I really don't want to break the axe since we don't have it that far anyway at this point. So I'm just gonna do my shopping, get Dorothy and... Man, Dorothy's at 99. I kind of want her out to attack Douglas now. It's not like she can actually damage him. But I want to get their Orion's bolts, promote them, and then... and then, I guess, especially since we'll be taking the next map slowly with exactly one restore staff and the staff spam and all that, we can just let them build their supports there. It's the best wolf you've ever seen? Same here. What have I been feeding him? I don't know. Whatever Roy's been feeding him. I've literally done no rigging for him. I was not expecting him to just max strength. But like, somehow he's ended up being one of the carries. Because the expectation was that he was probably going to be providing, like, just support bonuses to Sue, which technically he is, but... What I pictured was he was just going to be hiding behind her, and then eventually he would also provide bonuses to Roy so that he would hit a bit harder with the Binding Blade. Instead, Walt's being the one up front. Yeah, Walt's been respectable, and early on he had enough speed to actually double stuff. Oops. I tried the wrong thing. Just want the axe on her. That's okay. Noah doesn't need his... Noah doesn't need his sword. There's not really any fighting left to be done. Aside from having Dorothy take one pot shot at Douglas for 0 damage. Because there's no way she's getting through that armor. Actually, I guess that's not entirely true. If you use the steel bow, she does, but we're just gonna attack with the iron. There we go. Orion's Bolt Delivery Service. Wait, I need to actually have you give the things to Faye before she can sell them. Oh no, wait, I guess we have 2 more sets of things to sell. I forgot that I was gonna get rid of this slim sword. So now we do this. Wait. I don't remember putting that many support points into them. How are they already at their B? It's like we just got their C. That's very unusual for GBA. Alright, well, okay. I guess we got the support. Did I ever play Valkyria Chronicles 4? Yeah. I played it right after the first game. Yeah, we enjoyed the tale of Squad Horny a few years ago. So I went on a full kick with it. I did the first game and the 4th game basically back to back. Then there was like a small gap before I got a copy of the 2nd game, and then right after that we did the 3rd game. Although the 3rd game took some doing, because getting the old translation patch to work was very ugly. It's not like that newfangled patch that is apparently way better now. So, Dorothy, what is your schedule like? I'm pretty busy even off the battlefield. I help cook meals and stuff. Oh, what? Leave such dirty jobs to that plebeian Merlinus fellow. Plebeian? Sir Merlinus was a plebeian? How do you take care of your hair? I wash it with water. What? I don't believe this. Here, use this shampoo. Wash your hair with it 3 times a day. 3 times? But it looks so expensive. I appreciate it, but I think it would be wasted on me. None of that now. I am offering it to you. Please, take it. Oh, well, thank you, I guess. Additionally, you must change your speech patterns. Try to speak more like me, with a refined, elegant tone. Okay. Such a beauteous day. Let us partake of the tea and the crumpets. Like that? This will take much work. First things first, you must learn how to take care of your hair, and how to choose your dresses, and how to dance properly, and how to turn down offers from men. That much? That is just to start. You mustn't give up. The path to becoming a refined lady is a difficult one indeed. Well... Rip Dorothy. Alright, here it is. The power of Shin. Yeah, I like 2 and 3. 2 had some really grindy mechanics that I was not the biggest fan of, because it took away from, the strength, well, I guess somewhat strength of Valkyria 1, where you leveled the class. So, it somewhat stopped people from falling behind as long as they were the same class. But the second game introduced a bunch of, like, promotion fragment items that people had to farm individually, and that really derailed that. And of course, I say that with a caveat because, you know, Valkyria 1 was Scout Emblem, of course, but besides that, it did its best. And 2 kind of, was the antithesis of that. And 2 also did some weird things with additional classes that... And some of them worked, a lot of them didn't. And 3 tried to refine all that, and it got rid of the problem with everyone needing the individual promotion items. So there was at least that. But it still had the odd reclass problem, especially since it kind of expected you to grind to get the abilities from it. So it still had the same problems as 2, but more muted. So I would say they're decent enough, worth playing for the most part. But I think 4's return to a more refined form of the first game's design philosophy is generally better. So yeah. Also, the second game had some really obnoxious boss design. Like, I guess as a Fire Emblem point of reference, imagine if it was New Mystery Fog of War with those 10-move wyverns. Is it? No, I think 12-move wyverns with 2 range attack, and it just coming out of nowhere from across the map. That's what Valkyria 2 does with some of its bosses. Finally broke the sword. Yeah. I mean, it's strength. I'll take it, I guess. But that was a lot of effort for a 2-pointer. Oh, wow. I was not expecting to hit her there. I guess it is a 17, so like... It's a will eventually happen type of deal. Alright, well here we go. Sniper Dorothy. I'm not waiting till 20 for her. She almost seems functional. And then you put her next to, like, Shin and Walt and even Sue, and it's like, oh. Okay, more Void for Quarian, that's good. Because being speed screwed is definitely being not great for her. I might need to actually consider using a Speedwing on her, which seems like heresy. But I think she's gonna potentially need it if she wants to keep hanging with Rucker and trying to form a 1x2 wall of a Void tank. But man, Shin's just a level 1 Nomad Trooper, and he's only 2 strength behind Walt, so he should catch up and tie him pretty quickly, and then this 22 strength is disgusting, or speed is gonna make it disgusting. Especially since promoting lets him use silver bows now, so... Assuming we can get our hands on more silver bows, he's gonna hit real hard. Alright, I think we sold everything we need to here. So I think we're just gonna get out of this map. Or forget, let's set Zeitz's animations on and phase. There we go. That way that'll be saved with this too. Okay, and we're done. Douglas actually got to keep his axe intact this time too. Alright, this only has 10 deployment slots too. Oh wait, crap. You know what I didn't do? I didn't loot the left side. Oh my god. I knew I was forgetting something. Wait, what the? That's Berserker. So I might just call it a loss on those. Or wait, is it a Berserk staff? I think that's just poorly translated, I guess. I passed up a silver bow too, of course I did. The problem is that I passed the silver or hero crest that Gonzalez needed. Which means he's not promoting until chapter 20 if we do that. Or 21. Yeah, not until 21, which is basically like the game's over at that point. I guess the Night Crests we're losing 5k as well. Losing the rescue also sucks. Actually, losing the rescue is probably the biggest issue. So I wonder about actually getting Roy over to the throne in time in 21. I guess we do have Zeiss to carry him. That's such a bad mistake. I guess in the end, does it really matter that much? Because it's not like Gonzalez is actually contributing that much. Like, all we've been doing is feeding him. Because his hit rate is awful. So, really, he's kind of just a meme pick. Man, I normally check to make sure I've looted the chest too, god damn it. I also don't know what we're gonna need for Sacae, technically speaking. I really don't want to do that again. Well, I guess it's not like we have time to do this map or go back anyway. So I guess maybe I think it over and then we start wherever I decide we do tomorrow. Yeah, I think it might be too late tonight to be trying to really make that decision. I guess if we do redo it, I mean, we have what we need to do down. It's just that it takes forever for Kath to get up top, and then Douglas is trying to poke us over and over. Yeah, we'll give it some thought and figure out if I think it's worth going back tomorrow. So yeah, a bit of a meh note to end this on, but it is what it is. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow to do more of this. Whether we pick up with 16x or go back to regular 16. And I guess that'll get us into Sacae, and we'll see where things go from there. Because it's a route that I haven't done before, so we'll probably be muddling through it a bunch, because I won't look at the reinforcements until afterward, so that might cause problems. We'll see. So yeah, regardless of that, especially with how long 16 took today, there's no way we're finishing. No way we're finishing tomorrow, and probably no way we're finishing even on Friday, so it's likely that Friday and Sunday will also be Binding Blade. Then Wednesday, Thursday is going to be Uma. We'll be doing the first round of the Sprint CM. Since it's one of those rare ones that Haru can participate in, we're going to go in a little harder this week. See about re-rolling for that God Haru. If not, I guess hopefully the one we have is good enough. But we want to give her the best chances we can do succeed, so that's what we'll be aiming for. Anyhow, I guess I'll send you over to Solomon. He's doing some Eternal Return rank grinding. So let's check in with him, see how he's in. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for where we start off again here, and have yourselves good night.